more.
Oh, yeah?
Alright, some. Go, go.
You got a bomb in that hand here!
Down.
Open hearts, asshole!
Oh yeah, we got it.
Target down. That's one less locust rampaging through our city.
Grab anything useful before we bounce.
Alright. Let's get to our objective and get this over with.
Disruptors ready. That was... Ooh. On my way!
Well, that was a bitch and a half.
I'll take those! Evil!
There'll be a supply cache here too at our thing.
I kept running.
Charge! I got something for your ass!
I've
I
designated
got it.
defense points for you. Keep the enemy busy while the rig recalibrates.
Check our perks.
Enemy down! No contest!
That was point blank.
Yeah, it was.
Hold on, ready! Ridge mine plate.
Building a troika. Upgrade it. Go.
We've got Locust! Action pole! Wait! Frag out! That'll slow it down. Nice one! Target neutralized! Not a hell of a down! You know what? My fault for existing. Roll down!
Bring a bile frog.
Now watch this. Now watch this. down! You're not getting up from this. Stim's ready to go! Dispense big stim! Come on!
Gotcha.
Back in the fight! Coming through!
That was my last round.
Let's get serious. Cover me! Let's go! Take hold! Okay. Gear down!
And I'm down.
Ready to go!
Get patched up and get back in the fight. This is not
Gotta
over
admit,
yet.
the wretches are stronger than they look if they can rip our heads off.
Yeah. There's a lot of them.
Come on! Move into cover!
Good thing my stims revive us.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm taking up. Alright. Swapping out my retro for a prototype lancer.
I need you to hold this position so the rig can calibrate.
All copy. Locust, incoming!
Okay.
Watch out behind you.
Need to get back to the zone.
Yeah, I'm coming! I'm coming! Hey! Somebody come get me out! Anybody!
Jesus.
I am? Come on!
Uh-oh. dude manages to get our cog tags to a supply cache or respawn us.
Cog tags return.
There we go.
Watch each other's back.
Reloading! Can't go out like this. Get out! Done.
Shit! Oh, that's one eye. Alright. I got both our gears contacts. I'm gonna get these guys back to the fight.
Hurt cash dropping in your position. Sooner you secure it, the better. Cog tags return. Watch each other's back.
Needed that.
Jesus, I'm already out of downs.
On my way! Hey! I see you!
Cog tag secured. Stay sharp. Stick together.
Ah, no!
Now I'm pissed.
You know what?
Run me down!
I think I know what we need.
Get out! Really? Let's take you home.
Go, just go, just go!
Yeah, I should have gone. I don't know if I can get there.
Get me to my feet. I'll handle it from there.
We only got one squad life left. Oh, exactly what we need. We need some mortar sentries.
Taking cover!
All of these.
Rig needs time to calibrate. Keep the area clear of grubs until it's done.
Solid copy. Dispensing down! Entering place! Order sentry, place! Here to die! Sentry deployed. I'm coming! Move it! me up? Do I have your attention now? What the fuck? Oh yeah? Come on! Go for it!
Great, a bile fall.
Take that! Do I have your attention now? Right between the eyes. Square away! Come on! Now watch this! Throw the ball! Take the point! Oh, I like that sound! Scratch one drug! Now watch this! Open door!
Whew.
Jim's
I
ready
know.
to go! Like clockwork!
Alright, let's go and get ourselves resupplied.
For your ass!
Alright, last zone.
Sentry placed!
Taking this.
Why am I the only one over here?
I'm coming!
I'll get back for the mortars.
Oh.
Yeah, ready.
I got something for your ass! Square away! Tango down!
Health rock.
Coming! This game has got a killer power to weight ratio. Sentry deployed. Frag out! Oh yeah? Come on! That was... I'm all out! Things ready to go! Now, I'm sorry. Did I step into your shot? Enemy mark!
Well done. We're seeing green lights across the board on the rig.
Okay. We just gotta get to extract. Clear it. And hold out.
Mission accomplished, Control. Ready for exfil.
Directing you to the landing zone. Make sure to secure it.
Prime for dispersal. Scratch one contact. I got something for you, lad. Get something. Right away.
Hightail it to the LZ. Your ride's inbound and needs the area cleared.
Taking a boom shot.
Do some damage. On my way. You're gonna get it now. Ready to defend! Scratch one drone! Well, broken it! Back in the dark!
Butcherbird Prime, your ride's en route to the LZ. Stand clear of the extraction point, or I'm gonna have to scrape you off the sidewalk.
Now watch this! Enemy down! Shot reload!
Let's go.
Hey! We don't have all day! Get your ass into here!
Oh, man. Way too hurt for my taste.
Control, Butcherbird Prime is climbing down. I've got a cabin full of grunts and ditching to RTB.
Hey,
You
ourselves
made
a
it back in one
bunch
piece.
of weapon
Hell of a
parts.
performance out there.
19,000 energy collected. I think that was pretty good. Nice.
Yeah.
Be advised, we're seeing a heavy grub presence in the area. Dropping coordinates now. Watch your back.
Go to chatter. We're up.
Stay frosty. Moving out.
I didn't know you could fall there, bro. What the fuck?
Cobb tag secured. Stay sharp. I'm seeing lots of seismic activity at your position. Close all E-holes. Can't let more of these bastards reach. Cobb tag secured. Stay sharp.
You got it.
Gear down!
Tango down. I'm getting out.
Yeah.
Gotta find some ordnance.
Friendly down.
Back the fuck up.
Contact received. Side fuel secure the area.
Roger.
Let's do this!
That was girl. I like
Don't push me!
Ejector's ready.
Thanks for that. Get up!
Now this I can work with.
Area secured and rigs running again. Job well done.
Decoy placed.
Dropping the coordinates of active grub comm terminals. Head there and take them offline.
Roger.
Sentry placed. Mine. Just when I need it. Drone deployed. No road to the win.
Bring it!
We're not done yet. Find the others.
Let's get bounce back to this.
This'll do some damage.
Let's do this!
Ready to go!
Ready to go! And this thing, check fire.
Dispensing stim!
Stim's ready to go.
Oh yeah? Come on! Gotta reload!
Let's go! Walk it on!
Get over here! Supply drop incoming. Get over there and pick it up.
Cover me! Sentry deployed. I got you.
Dog tags return. Watch each other's back.
Run me down!
Better get that sitting out in the open before all those drop takes get their filthy claws on it. Locusts are swarming that rig's position. Send them packing.
Roger.
Good to go.
Taking this.
Take out that grenadier!
Control setting! Throwing control!
Clock's ticking on those supplies. Last chance. Get it before it's gone.
We have a gear down! I think it's off these things!
You're gonna get it now. Watch out!
Supplies depleted. Got a visitor in the
Go!
Concussion grenade incoming! Shot! Throwing supply! Now watch this! He's taking fire! Mine!
Concussion grenade, watch out! We have a gear down!
Throwing supply! Fire supply! Taking this. Moving. Target neutralized.
Oh yeah? Come on! Enemy down!
Area's secured and rigs running again. Job well done.
Ready to go. Just what I needed.
Hell yeah.
Where's our exfil control?
Sweet.
Sending you coordinates, CLD. Head there and clear the area.
Ah. Target the fire!
I got something for you! Cover me!
Good to go.
KR-80 is en route to your location. Keep that LZ clear.
Throwing a frag! He's that! Frag out!
Let's go.
Hit that one first! Scratch one contact!
It's empty.
This is Butcherbird Prime. Your ride's en route to the LZ.
Control ready! Light forward!
Got him.
Contacts return. We don't have all day. Get a move on. All right. No visiting back there. Let's get you ground pounder solved.
Trigger display. Don't let him back in!
wanna win? Run head first into the meat grinder, because that's what it's gonna take. Enemy caught you lacking, and you just danced in the zone. Might as well swap uniforms while you're at it.
Saw that.
Now watch
Hit that one first! Look at you! Getting blood everywhere! Covering you! Smoke out! Let's get to work! Push that out! Sweet! This should help!
Dragons are beating you. Then drop them. Useless. Perhaps your caskets will make for better paperweights. But I doubt it. You want to win? Run head first into the meat grinder, because that's what it's going to take.
What meat grinder?
Just what I needed! Reloading! Cover me! Capturing the zone!
Fuck you.
Zone belongs to the enemy now. That was a miserable fucking performance.
That's one! Two, passing forward!
Covering.
I have to tengo que aprovechar que no me sé que Fuck you! What? We killed each other. You see that? I got a headshot. It's some bullshit that they can do that here.
The hair on that girl is better, dude.
Yeah.
You can just tell it's better frames, yeah. Her whole suit. How's Call of Duty been on this? It's been better too?
Yeah. Se ve mejor.
Did a fine job capturing the zone.
Alright, gotta go to the next one.
Yeah, 50 hertz.
God damn.
How do you do that? You just gotta aim it?
You do with that trigger.
I tried to do that last time, but nomás se tira luego.
Yeah, no. Oh shit. Fuck you. Fuck that. Dude, they're going fucking hard. Oh my god, that's what I
Hey,
get.
Carter, leave some for the rest.
Say hi to your friends.
The chainsaw used to be better, it doesn't do anything in here anymore. You fucking bitch. Oh, no.
Don't let him back in.
Dude, I saw the black heart. Oh shit.
I owe you one.
Let's get to work.
Alright.
Smoke out. Smoke out.
Well done here. Zone is out. On to the next. Pop and smoke. Reloading. Cover me.
Zone's under our control.
No.
Popping smoke. Taking fire.
Smoke out.
want to like that
Hey, harder, nice shot. Hit that one first! I'm with you. Zone is lost. A pathetic display. I trained you better than this.
Now this, I can work. Leader one, tango down! Come on, Will! F1! Hit that one,
Round one contact. Stack 'em high.
Back you up. I'm with you.
Look out!
You did a fine job capturing the zone. Let's make this a habit.
Enemy spotted. I got something for you, man!
Taking their zone.
Backing you up!
Good to go.
Look it. Taking fire!
The enemy caught you lucky. Now you lost the zone.
Taking their help!
It just ain't your day, asshole.
Oh, shit! Hope nobody saw that. Backing you up! Enemy spotted. That one first! That's one! That's three! That's four!
You held the line, and you did it with distinction. I could not ask for
Jeez.
reputation to uphold. Do whatever it takes. Just to bring me the win.
Move it. You got your grenade out! Enemy spotted. Oh, I like that sound.
I'm taking the zone.
Enemy front's lacking, and you can stand them all. Might as well swap you for your ass.
Held him off.
I'm with you! Popping smoke! I got something for your ass!
You're not.
Hit that one first! Covering you! Backing you up! I'm with you!
Backing you up.
Two!
Stop reloading. Gotcha.
Sweet.
Did a fine job capturing the zone.
Enemy down! Sweet! That's one!
Covering you.
Covering you! You wanna go there? Who can go there? one! We held them off!
Finders keepers!
Did a fine job capturing the zone.
Oh,
Let's make this a habit.
Carter.
Push him out! Cover me!
not that, you freak! Hobble away!
Take their zone.
That's one! Lucas! Gotta reload! Hit that one first!
Zone belongs to the enemy now. That was a miserable fucking performance.
Lucas! Smoke out! Tango down!
That's two.
Throwing a concussion grenade!
Back to work.
That's one!
Excellent. Now.
I'm feeling deadly!
Brooke, you just became my new favorite friend, eh?
That's the way.
Backing you up! Back in the dark! Tossing smoke!
Capturing their zone. Don't let them back in. Oh yeah.
objective. Now, lock the fuck in.
Enemy spotted. Hit that one first! Reloading!
The chairman will hear of your valiant efforts this day. You've done your countrymen proud. Run head first into the meat grinder, because that's the risk you'll take.
Oh, they're gonna get it now. Don't let him back in! Don't need it. Push that out!
Come on now!
Enemy spotted.
Held them off.
Enemy down!
They're gonna get it now.
There we go.
Covering you. Defend this position. Execute. Taking fire.
The enemy caught you lacking. And now you lost the zone. Take that! One down!
Move it. Hit that one first! Scratch one contact!
The zone belongs to the enemy now. That was a miserable fucking performance.
Enemy spotted. Move it.
Got one contact.
Hit that one first! Backing you up!
Did a fine job capturing the zone. Let's make this happen.
Oh, that was clutch.
You gotta be shitting me! Mine now.
Hit that one first! That's one! That's one!
I'm with you.
Taking help.
Zone's under our control.
Can't stop it! Defend this position!
Enemy target lacking. Can you just hand them the zone? Might as well swap uniforms while you're at it.
Backing you up.
Enemy spotted! Broken!
These maggots are beating you. Disrupt them.
Taking fire!
Enemy down!
Zone's under our control.
Popping smoke! Hold the line! Target top. Big old.
Useless. Perhaps your caskets will make for better paperweights. But
outside and just took it. Whatever, I still gotta focus on that. That's 2 o'clock.
Ready up, man. Teach these grubs a lesson that they won't forget.
Something that's difficult I'm doing right now. First one is your phone outside?
Enemy country lacking. Now you lost the zone.
Well, that's what I've always told it.
I have a reputation now. Do whatever it takes.
I gotta check that. I gotta look at it later. Not better than Ross Gospel. That's one good song.
Pop and smoke!
Like, Rob Zombie was White Zombie before he was Rob Zombie. Like, this song right here.
fuck up. It's also banger, but it's only good one we try. No, you're good, Shadow.
Scratch one contact! Enemy spotted. Hit that one first! Boom! Nice shot! Flip off the smoke! I'm feeling dead! Here, here's some help!
Backing you up!
That's one! Here's some help! Enemy spotted. Hit that one first!
Did a fine job capturing the dog.
Good one. Killing my vibe. Yeah, I know the song. I know a lot of Yeah, I know a lot of it. I didn't say I don't like the music. It's just not my vibe right now.
Hit that one first! Fucking smoke!
I'm pretty sure if you try to throw ass right now, you might shoot.
Capturing the zone!
Zone is locked. How pathetic display. I trained for better than this.
I'm with you! And a hell of a zone! Now what? Big old
Play one there. We gotta throw
Sweet! Reloading! Nothing! Move it! Line it up! Enemy spotted! Listen up! Do that again, and I'll beat the brakes off you! You wanna go there? We should go there! Alright. Anybody else see that?
What is the fucking mosquito and the whatever the what is that supposed to symbolize?
That's one!
I understand the future starts looking down. Like it's the thing. Oh, how would you know what ass? Oh. Smells like 460. Alright, sorry. That's a wild ride.
See that?
No, it wasn't. That's a bad way.
Up and smoke! Enemy spotted! I got something for your ass! Hit that one, sir!
Here, Buggy, I don't know. They have their own styles.
Hold them off!
I don't know.
Smoke out!
go back to my vibe list since I'm almost done with this campaign time.
These maggots are feeding you. And trust them.
Keep that soundtrack.
In my opinion. Alright, let's go.
That was the most namby-pamby, lip-dick, bitch-made performance I've seen in a while. Congratulations.
I don't know if you game was it actually. It's nice to see. That was a good game. It's 14. So, and you guys were cheating.
No, this is straight through drywall. Copy.
Come home victors, or don't come home at all. No half measures.
Gotta reload! Pocket shot! Crap!
Just what I need!
Zone belongs to the enemy now. That was a miserable fucking performance.
GG's then. Shut up.
Dropping your mission objective now. Get out there and execute.
Stow the chatter, we're up. Let's take this city back.
We've got a lead on some valuable intel. Dropping you the coordinates.
Acknowledge.
Close that hole!
Damn it!
Got the intel.
We have it geared down. Stay away! Rest in pieces.
The lock works.
Bring it! Gotta reload.
Mine.
Sinkhole!
Clear the area, kill the locust, and free up that rig.
Affirmative.
Drag out!
Throwing supply.
That all you... Concussion grenade incoming! Too easy. Stay down! Concussion grenade, what? Let's go! See that?
Ready to go. Clean kill. Throwing supply.
I can use that hand here.
Losing
Chainsaw on a gun. Put us on. Some damage.
Let's get you home.
Ready to dispense. Enemy down.
Well done. The rig's back up and running.
Out of ammo.
We've got a lead on some valuable intel. Dropping you the coordinates.
Affirmative.
Scratch one contact.
Retrieved.
Just sent you a time-sensitive perk badge. Better find it fast. All intel secured. Gather what you can. Get out.
Kill confirmed.
Could use some help!
Cover my ass! Just get rid of my teeth. Okay. I'll handle it from there. I'm bleeding out!
I have a spare power core up for delivery. Marking the location for you now.
Wilco. Laser mine placed.
Damn, that thing packs a punch. Good hustle. Scavenge what you can before we head out.
Reloading.
Now this I can work with.
Take out that hostage.
This'll do some damage.
Sinkhole! Scratch one contact!
Clear the area, kill the locust, and free up that rig. Acknowledge.
All clear. I can do this all day.
Area secured and rigs running again. Job well done.
Control, we're ready for extraction.
Sending you coordinates, CLD. Head there and clear the area. LZ's still hot gears. Clear it so the Raven can land for exfil.
Sweet. I'll lead a lift. Let's do it. Thanks for the assist. Concussion.
KR-80 inbound. Keep that LZ cold for me, dear. Hey, moron! Find another dirt patch to play in. You're standing in my LZ. I'm burning fuel here. Get your asses inside. All accounted for? Good. Control, this is KR-80. We're heading back to base. Excellent work out there. Time for a little R&R. You earned it.
J'habite à Paris avec ma famille. Ma sœur va à l'école tous les jours. Ma sœur va à l'école tous les jours. Elle aime préparer des crêpes pour le petit déjeuner. Mince, parfois les crêpes
Sending you mission coordinates now. Happy hunting.
Stow the chatter. We're up. Let's take this city back.
We've lost one.
Cog tag secured. Stay sharp and stick together.
Sentry plate.
The rig's calibrating. I need you to defend this position and buy it some time.
Clean kill. Drop him down. What? Nothing but miss. I'll take those.
Let's do this! That saved some ammo! Take out that tango! Help!
Drop the ball.
Transport first!
Got a hell out of play. Take it. Take that.
I need that.
Right between the eyes. Run.
Got it! Let's go!
Ready to go.
Nothing to it. No!
is that?
Calibration unsuccessful. Get your shit together and try again.
Fuck, bro. Oh my.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Royal Society of Edinburgh, and also for those who are joining us online, welcome. We're thrilled to have you join us for this event, which we hope will be interesting and stimulating. Now, I've got a bit of housekeeping before we start. You can see from the signs on the above the doors the exits from this room in the event of a fire alarm. There is no fire drill planned, so if an alarm goes off, then we need to leave the room promptly. Exit through the way that you came in and out onto the street. If there is no exit through that door, go through this one. Brilliant. So you'll have the chance to ask questions of our speaker and all of our panelists, but we're going to pause that until the second half of this session. So please think about your questions and reserve them, and then there will be plenty of time for discussion later. So when there are times for questions and answers, please raise your hand and the microphone will come to you. If you're joining us online, please put your questions into the chat box and they will be relayed to us by one of the members of staff from the Royal Society of Edinburgh. So, I'm Kate McPhee. I'm a member of staff at the University of Edinburgh and I am a biological physicist. And it's my very great pleasure to welcome our speaker for this evening, who is Nick Lane, who is joining us from UCL, where he is a professor of evolutionary biochemistry and director of the Centre for Life's Origins and Evolution.
Take them out.
Roger that.
And Nick specialises in evolutionary biochemistry and the origins of life, best known for his research in the role of mitochondria in the emergence and evolution of complex life and energy constraints on early life forms and eukaryotic life. Also on our panel is Sean McMahon. Sean is an astrobiologist and his research focuses on finding life out there. He's also one of the co-directors of the UK Centre for Astrobiology. And then we have Victoria Martin, who is a particle physicist, experimental particle physicist, who works with the Large Hadron Collider, and her research primarily focuses around the action of the Higgs boson. So, particle physics, astrobiologist, biological physicist, evolutionary biochemistry. So, I'll invite my panelists to join me on the stage. Now, Nick is going to be giving us a lecture tomorrow as part of the Gifford Lecture Series on why is life the way it is. But we are about to get a preview of his lecture to start us off with the discussion. So thank you, Nick.
Well, thank you all for coming. It's a pleasure and an honour to be here. This discussion is really set around my Gifford lecture tomorrow, which is, I believe, the first in a new series of standalone Gifford lectures. From more of a scientific rather than a natural theology perspective. So I'm very honoured to be delivering that. Now, my title for the talk tomorrow is Why is Life the Way It Is? And you may think that's a bit of a peculiar title. What way is life and what way would we expect it to be? The way I'm coming at it is really, I'm puzzled by genes and the role that genetic information has played in biology over many decades now. I'm not knocking genes in any way, but the way that we've ended up perceiving biology is really as a kind of a branch of information science. So we have now, when we're thinking about evolutionary history, literally tens of thousands of full genome sequences. And we compare these sequences and we think about structuring a tree of life and the history of life on Earth, and it is fundamentally about information flow. Now the problem here is if the history of life is really about information flow and genes are effectively digital sequences, then genetic information or biological information could exist in any other medium. It doesn't have to be DNA. It doesn't have to be the kind of molecules we're dealing with. Of course, there are physical constraints on the way that life might evolve on different planets, different systems, and so on. But the assumption is effectively that what evolution does is search genetic sequence space and find answers to particular problems, and over time we'll come up with pretty much every answer that's imaginable or physically workable. So life could be any way you could imagine it. any way that it could work. It's just enough time for evolution to take that path. Then we look at the history of life on Earth insofar as we know it, and there are plenty of big uncertainties about that. And it shows something really quite perplexing, because life originated, again, there's no specific dates, but around 4 billion years ago, give or take a few hundred million years either way. But certainly by 3.8, 3.7 billion years ago, there's fairly good evidence that there was life on Earth. We then have a period of, a billion years or so, during which most metabolism seems to arise. Photosynthesis is a little bit more difficult. And then we have a midlife crisis in the history of life on Earth, the Great Oxidation Event and a snowball Earth, so a real punctuation on a global scale. And then nothing much seems to happen again. It's actually called the Boring Billion, during which period the eukaryotic cell arose. So eukaryotes are, all complex life on Earth is composed of this one cell type, plants and animals and algae and fungi and so on, all composed of this cell, the eukaryotic cell. And we share basically all the same kit. If you look at an animal cell or a plant cell under a microscope, they would be really quite hard to distinguish from each other. There are certain plant cells have chloroplasts and they have vacuoles and so on, but they all have a nucleus. They all have endomembrane systems, so things like the endoplasmic reticulum, Golgi apparatus. They all have mitochondria. They all have straight chromosomes. They all have a nuclear membrane with the same proteins that make up the pores in the membrane. They all have the same structure to the nuclear membrane. They all do sex, mitosis, and meiosis. So it's incredible the things that complex cells all have in common. And you wouldn't expect that if an algal cell in an ocean as a single cell entity in an ocean, you would expect that it would probably have derived from a cyanobacterium, which is a photosynthetic bacterial cell. But no, it actually came from an ancestor that was not photosynthetic, that shared all the same stuff that our own cells had, that then acquired the cyanobacterium late on, which became chloroplasts and gave rise to the plants. So there was something very odd about the history of life on Earth, and it seems to be a constraint, and it's not. My contention tomorrow will be, if we simply think about the way that bacteria and archaea, the two prokaryotic domains, have explored genetic sequence space, they have explored it more comprehensively than the eukaryotes ever did. And yet, there was no straight line, no trajectory towards greater complexity. Instead, we see this singular endosymbiosis where some archaeal host cells acquired bacterial endosymbionts that went on to become our own mitochondria and changed the potential endpoints of evolution. It's not necessarily that it changed anything much immediately, but 1 billion, 2 billion years down the line, the endpoints were plants and animals and complex life. So these are themes which are really astrobiological themes. They're about life in the universe. Would we expect to see this same kind of thing somewhere else? Is it a freak accident of life on Earth? What is it that constrains bacteria and archaea? Because from their point of view, they got stuck in a rut for 4 billion years. Would that happen on other planets elsewhere in the universe? Well, to know that, we'd need to know what's the likelihood of life starting this way on Earth, and what were the constraints that prevent bacteria from becoming more complex. So these are the themes that I'm going to talk about tomorrow. And I'm not going to give a clear answer in terms of probability, because I don't think we can yet. I would like to leave you with some questions, but I also would like to frame this whole question that we can, by understanding life on Earth better and with the right granularity, we can frame questions about how life ought to be elsewhere in the universe, which is testable. It may be wrong. Of course, most scientific hypotheses are wrong. But at least it's something to test. It's some way of thinking about it. There's no prima facie reason to assume that life elsewhere in the universe would necessarily be hugely different to life that we find on Earth. So these are themes that I'd like to throw at you, and I hope we will discuss tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You said a singular event.
Yes.
How do we know it's a singular event and it hasn't happened multiple times independently?
Yeah.
And ending up at the same point?
So it could have done. We don't know that it didn't, but there's no evidence that it did, which is to say, we can see all eukaryotic cells and they all have basically all of this kit, which means that they inherited it. The only reasonable explanation is that they inherited it from a common ancestor. So they're monophyletic. and by definition, therefore, had a single common ancestor. Now, people have been looking all around in all kinds of strange and weird and wacky environments to try and find other forms of life. And some people, Paul Davis, for example, has been talking of the shadow biosphere for 2 decades. People have really gone out of their way to find forms of life that we know nothing about. And occasionally we've come across, not me personally, have come across whole groups of bacteria and archaea which are really quite different to most known bacteria and archaea. Much more simple, probably engaged in symbioses and things, but still recognizably bacteria and archaea. We've come across eukaryotes called pico-eukaryotes, which are tiny bacterial-sized things. So there's plenty of variation out there, but we've never found other forms of complex life. So it's possible it could have happened on hundreds of occasions, but every time it disappeared without trace. So again, it's really difficult to put your finger on what's the probability of these things. All we can say for sure is it doesn't appear to be a kind of an inevitable outcome of searching genetic sequence space and ending up with complex life in multiple different ways.
And does that mean we wouldn't be expect it to be happening on a daily basis now, that we should have things popping up and then disappearing again, where you have some sort of uptake event?
I don't think it would be happening on a daily basis, no. The reason for that is, if my ideas that I'll talk about in more detail tomorrow are true, which is to say you require an endosymbiosis between prokaryotes,
yes.
And what that does effectively is internalize respiration along with the genetic kind of control unit that you need to control respiration, which is a massive electrical charge on membranes on a tiny scale. So you internalize the genes, you internalize the membranes, and those two things together give you the potential to take evolution in a different direction and much further. But the starting point is you've got 2 prokaryotic cells, some side in the other one. It's a long evolutionary distance to be working out. This is not something that appears overnight. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to take more than millions of years, maybe not even millions of years. Evolutionary time is very difficult to quantify because we tend to do it by measuring divergence of genes, and we assume a clock, and the clock is accurate some of the time, but definitely not accurate all the time. So there's all kinds of confounding factors.
And so what do you think, Sean, this means for searching for life out there?
Well, I suppose it comes down to whether you think that the particular kind of endosymbiotic event that gave rise to eukaryotes was something that was in any sense a consequence of any particular factor in the environment, that we might then be able to assess how many other planets have that factor, or whether you think it was really just random chance. And I guess with other kinds of endosymbiotic events, like the origin of chloroplasts, which I think has happened several times, right, in different lineages, they do seem to happen more than once. But then, is there something you think that's particularly special about this one endosymbiosis event that gave us mitochondria, such that it's especially unlikely to happen?
Yeah. I mean, chloroplasts were acquired by a fully fledged eukaryotic cell that already had a nucleus, that already had, it was a large cell, probably a phagocytic cell that was capable of engulfing other cells as well. And as you say, there've been multiple secondary endosymbioses where an algal cell with chloroplast gets taken up by a phagocyte. So now it's got, sometimes they have as many as 6 membranes around these things, and they come up with crazy kind of transport systems for getting things in and out. So it becomes mad. But there's plenty of examples of this kind of madness among the algae. Yes, you're right, it doesn't seem to be particularly difficult to do that. Even saying that, it doesn't appear to be completely straightforward, because these have all already got the chloroplast. So the distance from an endosymbiosis to an organelle like the chloroplast appears to be long and hard. So we know of only 2 examples, the mitochondria and the chloroplast, the primary acquisition of chloroplasts, which are definitely started as bacteria and ended up as an organelle. But the reason I think the chloroplasts were easier and less meaningful in a strange way is that because they were acquired by a fully fledged eukaryotic cell, that kind of difficult step in evolution to go from a prokaryote to a complex cell had already happened. So for a prokaryote to pick up another prokaryote, they're tiny. It's not much bigger than the first thing. It doesn't have the machinery for taking them up. There's no, I mean, that you can imagine benefits, but you can also imagine all kinds of costs. So it's altogether more tenuous.
If I could follow up, how do you see the role of the nucleus in all of this? I mean, there's a long list of things that you mentioned that eukaryotes all have, or all did have, and sometimes have secondarily lost. It seems as though, from your perspective, the key event in the origin of eukaryotes was the acquisition of mitochondria rather than the acquisition of the nucleus. But how do those two things interact?
Yes, I wouldn't use the word acquisition for the nucleus. Some people would, because some people have argued that the nucleus is also an endosymbiont, that, for example, there was a delta proteobacterium that picked up an archaeon that became the nucleus, and then it picked up an alpha proteobacterium that became the mitochondria. So there's plenty of ideas out there. I don't think that's true. Other people do. So, I mean, there's plenty of arguments in evolutionary biology. The reason I don't think it's true is that, in general, an endosymbiont, once it's inside another cell, its population has been reduced drastically from whatever it was out there to whatever it is in here. And for the nucleus, just one. And what that means is pretty much anything put inside a kind of captive environment loses genes, loses weight, and they say. They don't swell up and steal all the host cell's genes. So I think that the nucleus evolved in the context of early eukaryotic cells. Did it arise before mitochondria or after mitochondria? I would say after mitochondria. The reason is, what's a nucleus doing for you? You can say, well, you put the DNA in it. Why did you do that? Well, to protect it in some way. Protect it from what? Protect it from shear stressors, from free radicals. There's all kinds of ideas what you might want to protect your DNA from. But then you would say, well, why didn't bacteria do the same thing for the same reasons? Why, if it's an advantage to put a membrane around it and protect it, why wouldn't you see it happening in at least some bacteria? Not everything, but somewhere. There's nothing like that. So you've got to think of a reason why it would not happen in bacteria and why it would happen in what amounts to a bacterial-like cell but with an endosymbiont. And there are theories out there. I don't know if they're right or not, but for example, if the mitochondria, the early proto-mitochondria, some of them are dying, spilling their DNA into the host cell. The host cell picks it up by standard lateral gene transfer, which they do. They like to pick up DNA and build it in. There would be all kinds of bacterial parasites in there, genetic parasites that could potentially cause havoc in this. So whether that's true or not, it's kind of immaterial. What matters is it's not something that a cell that didn't have endosymbionts, it would not face that problem. So that kind of thinking, I think, is the right way of addressing the question. That will be a selective pressure to put a membrane around you and separate transcription from translation, because there's a cost. In bacteria, transcription is where you're reading a copy of your gene, and translation is where you're converting it into a protein. And bacteria very often do the same. They do them both simultaneously. They couple transcription and translation. So it's really fast. And eukaryotes, by having a nucleus, they did the transcription inside the nucleus, and then they ship out the RNA over there somewhere out into the cytoplasm, and then do the translation over there. So it's a big time cost in doing that, and so there had to have been a big reason that forced them into doing it in the first place.
Where's our extraction control?
So to find that question out, though, so from the direction of the questions that you're asking, it sounds like we're looking for life out there that looks very similar to life down here. Is there a reason to think it would be the same? And especially if it's a very unlikely event that occurred for the generation of eukaryotic cells.
Well, we could ask a similar question about the origin of life itself, where again we don't know if it required special one-off unique circumstances or whether it was something that happened multiple times, perhaps in different ways. And it might be that our form of life somehow outcompeted its rivals or ended up monopolizing some resource that made it the winner. And we won't really know the answer to that until we start actually if we start finding evidence of life on other worlds. And then we can start to see whether the basis of that life is very similar to what we have, in which case there might be only one way of doing it, or very different. So I would say that one of the motivations for looking for life on other worlds, particularly in places like Mars, where we could actually grab hold of it and analyse it, is to better understand the origin of our own form of life and how special that was. I forgot what your question was, sorry.
Should you be looking for something different potentially? Should you be open to seeing something different?
Yes, we should be looking for things that are different, and everybody in astrobiology is very much aware of the need to think outside of our own limited experience of what life can be like. And it's sort of, it's almost the first thing we talk about in the classroom when we're raising the next generation of astrobiologists, is what features of life should we take to be fundamental and which ones should we take to be sort of local contingencies that might be different somewhere else. And of course we don't know the answer, right? But at least we're thinking about it. So it's, yeah.
Yeah, but Sean, then I'd ask, like, what are they? What are the fundamentals you think life has to be like?
Well,
does it have to be exothermic? Does it...
Some of it comes down to just some semantics of what you're willing to allow the definition of life to include. So it might be things like the ability to reproduce and pass on heritable genetic code, the ability to undergo Darwinian evolution. There are definitions that involve metabolism as well, which I guess might be favoured.
Would you think it should be carbon-based?
I mean, my own view is not necessary. There's no logical necessity, but it might just be a fact about chemistry. What I mean is that all of the key properties and behaviours that we have learned to associate with life, it might just turn out to be the case that it's only carbon chemistry that can instantiate those. But that's...
I mean, that's my feeling. It's not that it's the only possible way of doing it, and we can have artificial life, robots and whatever, which are not built that way. But if you think about a planet kind of bootstrapping itself up from a non-living planet to a living planet, silicon doesn't really cut it. Silicon oxides are, sand. You're trying to build something out of sand. And CO2 is, in my mind, like a Lego brick. It's there in an atmosphere. You pick one brick and you add it onto something. You pick it, and it's got such strong bonds. It's able to form really complex molecules. Nothing else can do chemistry as well as carbon does. And water, again, it's such an astonishing solvent that it's not that it's impossible for it to be any other way. It's just that probabilistically, it seems to me, carbon is also abundant. So is water. So these things are going to happen time and time again, just for chemical reasons.
Yeah. So we need to keep exploring and keep an open mind about what we might find, and not set up our detection missions in such a way that they're only able to detect a very narrow kind of life. But at the same time, we've got good reasons for thinking that, as you say, carbon's very widespread, water's very widespread, so it's not as if we have any reason to think that our form of life is particularly chemically unique to our solar system or anything like that.
So we were talking before the start of this, and I know there are two questions that we were tap dancing around. One is, how do we define that something is living in the first place? So when do we decide it is life? And the other one that we were talking about was the anthropic principle, whether the conditions in the universe that we can observe are the way they are, which is apparently very finely tuned to allow life to occur. And is it only... there are only those possible conditions. So Victoria, do you want to take that second?
On the anthropic principle, yes. So I have to say, as someone that doesn't do biology at all, I mean, my understanding here is much more simple. But the anthropic principle is the idea that we are here to look at this beautiful complexity that is life. And why is that? So as a particle physicist, I'm trying to look at the detailed properties of inside the atom, basically. How did the processes that take place down at that tiny, tiny accessible scale, the scale that we can only see at the moment, either by doing the kind of physics that I do at the Large Hadron Collider, or conversely, by looking out into the universe and looking for kind of astronomical, is that the right word? Astronomical observations. So a good example of trying to explain the anthropic principle is water, actually. So water, H2O, as we all know, has hydrogen. That's one of the main things in it. And a hydrogen atom is very simple. It's just a proton and an electron. But because of the charge of the proton, the electric charge of the proton and the electric charge of the electron, that's why we call it electric charge, there's a very specific distance, and also due to quantum physics, but there's a very specific distance that the electron is typically away from that proton. And if we tweaked things just a little, if we changed the amount of attractive force between the electron and the proton, the hydrogen atom might be smaller or it might be bigger, and that would change the chemistry. And a more specific example is we also have heavy hydrogen. So heavy hydrogen doesn't just have a proton, it also has a neutron in there. And if we tweaked not just the attraction between the electron and the proton, but if we tweaked another force that's important in describing atoms, it's something called the strong force, and it keeps protons and neutrons kind of together in the nucleus in the atom, not the nucleus in the cell, the nucleus in the atom. If we tweaked it just a little bit, that's that strong force that keeps that middle of the atom together, and a different force that keeps the electron circling on an orbit around the nucleus. If those were tweaked just a little bit, the hydrogen atom wouldn't be that common. Instead, we'd start making helium atoms, which are more protons and neutrons together. And then we wouldn't have all this hydrogen to make water. And then we couldn't make, many steps later, beautiful complex life on Earth. And then we wouldn't even be able to observe it. We wouldn't even be able to observe that we weren't here to see it. So if we tweak things a little, maybe our universe wouldn't have the same chemistry. Maybe it wouldn't have not just the same chemistry, but the same physics. And therefore, we wouldn't even be able to see it in the first place. So a related idea I'll just bring in here is the idea of the multiverse. So this is a theory that a lot of my theoretical colleagues quite like, which is also related to the anthropic principle. Maybe multiple universes were created, I don't know how, maybe in the Big Bang, maybe another way, but only some of them, just where the conditions were just right, allowed to grow into the complexity that we see in our current universe, that allowed to make star-forming regions, allowed to make individual particles, allowed to make stars. I'm not saying this in a coherent order here, but allowed to grow the complexity that then we could get a rocky planet going around a mid-sequence star that could then start to make cells and eventually make eukaryotes. So yeah, I think it's, for me, it's quite compelling that we just happen to be in this really nice universe where we can get to this space where life is possible.
Do you think presumably there's two possible solutions here. One is a multiverse where you have slightly differently tuned cosmological constants in different universes, and they have completely different endpoints. Some of them are unlivable, some of them look like ours. Or the alternative is there is only one universe, and those cosmological constants are tuned that way for a reason. And that reason may be some physics that we don't yet see underneath what links these things together, or the alternative, of course, it's God did it in the first place. So what's your thinking there?
She's very clever as God. So, I would like to be open-minded because, I don't have any way of testing either of those theories right now. Possibly, I think that multiverse idea where everything was slightly different and we ended up, we evolved because we were in the one that was right, seems more appealing because it's less kind of having to tune things perfectly. But no, I'm not at the stage where we're not at the stage in particle physics or astronomy where we can start to test these things. We can just see that these things are nicely balanced to give us the physics and the chemistry that we observe.
Thank you. And to return to that question about when you define something as being alive or life. Yeah?
You're gonna get it now.
Yeah, I mean, I have spent years resisting anybody who says, tell us what life is. When does it become alive? If you can't answer that question, then you don't even know what you're studying. And we can't. There is no two people in this room would have the same definition of what life is. And the standard one which gets used, which you kind of alluded to already, is called the NASA working definition of life, which is a self-sustaining chemical system capable of undergoing Darwinian evolution, I think is roughly that. So I have problems all the way along there. Self-sustaining, what does that mean? I mean, these are smart people. They know that self-sustaining is not self-sustained, but it's somehow capable of taking things from the environment to help it sustain itself. But I think it's focusing on the organism rather than the environment. And you need an out of equilibrium environment for it to be sustained. So I think it's looking in the wrong direction immediately. And then of course the wags say, well, a rabbit is not alive by that definition because only a pair of rabbits can undergo evolution by natural selection. So many of these ideas, they fall flat on their face if you think about them. And that's not to denigrate the people who said them, because people are looking for a practical way of going about asking these questions. And the real problem is that we're always talking about a continuum. And I'll say tomorrow evening, my own take is increasing. I've evolved in this direction. I would now say things that I not only didn't really think or believe 10 years ago, but I certainly wouldn't have dared to say them 10 years ago, because I would have feared being an idiot publicly. Perhaps I am still. I don't fear that so much anymore. But what I'm getting at here is if you start with CO2 and hydrogen, and they're reacted under fairly limited set of conditions, so let's say 50 or 60 degrees centigrade, and ideally with a pH gradient, but I won't go there now. What you will get are carboxylic acids that are basically the same things that life uses. And if you start with those carboxylic acids, you can make amino acids from them, basically using exactly the same steps that life uses, but just with metal ions as a catalyst. And you can make sugars from there as well, again, with just metal ions as catalysts. You can make fatty acids that way, not every step of the way. We've been trying to do this for a while. Nucleotides, more problematic. We can do some of it, but not all of it. But the bigger picture here is that a lot of metabolism as we know it has been done in the lab as a few steps at a time. Never flux through an entire network, which is what we have to look for. I think we're a long, long way away from achieving that in the lab. But if you just put in effectively one thing and look to see what you get out, and you try and push it through a number of reaction steps, what do you get out? You could get all kinds of mess out of a system like that. What you actually see are known intermediates down known biochemical pathways, and we keep on seeing the same thing. Now what that seems to say is that this is just favoured chemistry. It's spontaneous chemistry. That if you've got the right driving force, this is what will happen. And again, I find it a little troubling. It's very similar to the anthropic principle, because it effectively says you start here and you get out you get out life as we know it. Why is that? Well, you could say, well, God put the laws of the universe in motion, or you could say, well, there's something about the chemistry of CO2 that means it's a planar molecule. You need to bend it slightly to get it to react, and then this bit's going to react and it's going to produce this. And before you can more or less follow this chemistry through bond by bond and try and work out what you're most likely to get. And it's very limited in my own case. But you do find yourself coming up with this idea that the kind of spontaneous chemistry that you would see in a non-living system, in a hydrothermal vent, which is not alive, is going to resemble life's chemistry to an uncanny and rather alarming degree. Alarming in the sense that, yes, you can call it, people call it the thermodynamic God. I'm not religious, I should say, but I find these themes very interesting. I think it's very similar to the anthropic principle, that it seems to have a direction and it seems to have an end point. And if you tuned it differently, you wouldn't go there. So it seems to, even biochemistry seems to have been rather perfectly tuned to produce life. And there isn't a multiverse solution to that problem.
Well, there's different planets. Maybe that's a...
Well, if the chemistry is the same on those different planets, and so far as, this is also something we touched on, so far as we know,
it should be
both physics and chemistry is the same across the known universe.
Yeah. I think that's an assumption that most physicists would make. Yeah, maybe what is different in different planets is the amount of different elements that are there. I mean, so there could be, if there was more. I don't know what, phosphorus or something. There's a lot of phosphorus on Earth, right? That's a bad example.
No, it's probably a very good example.
Okay, that's a good example. You see, I'm learning. Then maybe there would be different processes that could contribute in a different way. But
I think it's a mistake to get too hung up on definitions of things, because lots of things are hard to define. What's more useful is to think about what are the properties that we're going to use as our heuristic to search for this thing. And one of the things that's troubling about work in the origin of life, like the work that Nick does, is it keeps telling us that those very things that we wanted to use as our signature, that we're going to look for that, there are actually non-biological ways of making that thing. And in some cases, they had to happen abiotically, they had to happen without biology, along the road to biology. We wouldn't be here if those things weren't possible non-biologically, even things we don't understand sometimes.
And actually, just as the origin of life field is riven with disagreements, but what is clear to everybody is that on a comet we find organic molecules and we get the same, the same amino acids. Sometimes we get nuclear bases. We see the same thing if you start with cyanide in a Darwin's warm pond, you get the same sets of amino acids and bases and so on. If you start in a kind of simulating a deep sea hydrothermal vent, you get the same things again. So regardless of the actual reaction pathway that gets you there, regardless of your starting point, you end up with this subset of favored molecules that life is using, plus a bunch of other things often as well. And so then you have this question.
But that goes against what you were saying earlier about this being a comparatively rare event where something emerges that can then reproduce. When you're saying that the pathway seems to be directed to form these particular molecules, this is the endpoint we're always going to arrive at. So,
yes. And there are patterns in the genetic code that I will talk about tomorrow as well, which also suggest it arose from metabolism, and it arose through direct interactions in metabolism. But I've already said it's very difficult to get flux through a biochemical network. We can do a few steps here, a few steps there. I think we're literally decades away from having a system which can drive detectable amounts of purine synthesis, for example, starting with CO2 and hydrogen, going right the way through this network to get. Once we've got nucleotides, you then need to polymerize them to get RNA or some equivalent. But I think we would get RNA, and from there you need to have selection. So you need to get the ribosomes. You need to, you've got all of this machinery in cells. Now, the fact that we see favoured chemistry at the very beginning of this, in some sense you'd have to get all the way down here, but it doesn't mean to say that ribosomes are inevitably going to emerge from a system. I think it potentially is likely that they will, and I suppose there's inevitably a bias that why would you work on the origin of life if you didn't think it was a soluble problem? So there's some self-selection going on there.
Fair point.
Sure. I think there's an interesting kind of methodological issue here, that when you try to explain why some historical event happened the way it did, you try to come up with plausible seeming explanations, and the very act of doing that makes those events that you're invoking seem as if they were likely to happen. But you've got no alternative if you're trying to explain why something happens than to come up with a plausible story why it would happen that then makes it seem sort of inevitable.
Yes, I mean, we can go back to water, for example. It's an astonishing solvent, and we don't really know very well what water is doing in cells and the structural properties around proteins. There's all kinds of things that water is doing. That, do other solvents do it? Not to my knowledge, they don't do it nearly as well. So what exactly is it about the chemistry of water that allows all of this stuff to happen? It seems, again, favoured in some way. It's hard to put your finger on exactly what it is. It's definitely worth spending a lot of time trying to figure out what on earth is water doing in this system, and is it really indispensable, or is it simply that it's abundant and other things could do the same job?
Commentary in the 20th century that physics was done, it was finished. We knew everything there was to know. We don't understand water. So something else that we touched on very briefly was the going beyond the generation of a self-replicating system, but to a self-replicating system that can think and that can interact. So what is thought? What is consciousness, and how does that emerge?
So this is another thing I'm going to touch on briefly at the end of my talk tomorrow, and I'm not going to touch on consciousness properly because I can't answer it anyway. But the reason I'm even interested in it is that it turns out that anesthetics affect mitochondria, which I didn't know. There's a few beautiful things here. Nobody knows how anesthetics work. We've been using them for 200 years and we don't know how they work. Well, again, there's ideas out there, but none of them have been proved, and they're all a bit dodgy. So I become interested because I'm interested in mitochondria, and if anesthetics are affecting mitochondria, then why would that be? Is it simply that there's a kind of an energy failure, that they prevent ATP synthesis, so the system shuts down? It will be important if it's true, but it's a bit dull. The interesting thing to me, though, is that you can anaesthetize single-celled organisms. You can anaesthetize amoeba. Well, I suppose we don't really know if we anaesthetize them or not, but they'll stop moving around, and when you take the anesthetic away, they'll start again. So behaviorally, it's similar. We're working on fruit flies, and you can do exactly the same thing. With fruit flies, they will go to sleep and they'll wake up again. All of which kind of says it's not just about neural nets. There's something at a deeper level, perhaps a cellular level, that anesthetics are interfering with. And mitochondria, of course, were bacteria once. They were acquired in this endosymbiosis at the origin of the eukaryotic cell that I was talking about. And so the membranes inside mitochondria that are generating this electrical charge, which anesthetics are playing with, is the plasma membrane in bacteria, the membrane which surrounds the cell. So it's the interface between the outside world and the inside of the cell. It's what, some very smart people working in recent years on consciousness through a thing called the free energy principle, which again is something that my ears prick up as soon as someone says free energy. So this is the idea that effectively outside the cell there's all of this stuff happening, and inside the cell you've just got molecules, you've just got metabolism happening. Somehow it has to interpret what's happening out there and understand it well enough that you can behave better than random. You can move over there or stay where you are or do something, and it better be better than random, otherwise you're just going to die. And I think most biologists would agree that feelings in some sense are real. We don't know what they are, we don't know physically what they're made of, but they seem to be real, they seem to have evolved. And if they evolved by natural selection, and I don't doubt that, then selection must be able to see them, they must be physical. If natural selection can physically select this over that because it's better than that, we should be able to measure it. The thing is, we don't know what we're measuring. What we try to measure is firing of neural nets, but that's not relevant to an amoeba. So I just find myself thinking about, well, what does a bacterial cell need to do if it wants to make a decision? And it's got, an extraordinary number of chemical reactions going on inside, about 1 billion a second, second after second after second, all of these chemical reactions. It must be chaos, but it's not chaos. Somehow it's really well organized and ordered and in phase and in synchrony in some way. So how does that happen? And most people would say, well, genes, which code for enzymes, but it's you'll still die if you take the oxygen away. It's really about the drivers of flux through metabolism. So what's doing that? In the end, it's the membrane potential, which is driving ATP synthesis, it's driving the energy. But it's also being generated by metabolism, and it depends on, is there oxygen out there? Is there food out there? Is it too hot for me? Is there a metabolic poison out there? So actually, what respiration is doing is effectively matching metabolism to the environment. it's effectively giving you, in some sense, a readout. You said who's doing the reading earlier on, this is slightly more problematic, but it's giving you information on your state in relation to the world. And it's a single readout in the sense that it's basically, it's the electrical potential on that membrane and possibly the moving of charge on that membrane. So it's telling you what your overall state is. So is that right? Is it wrong? I have no idea. What it has is some explanatory power, which is to say, if you try and do everything as a bacterial cell by effectively feedback loops, positive or negative feedback loops, and you say, okay, I can detect there's not enough oxygen, so I'm going to go over there. But you have a different system which is saying, no, there's plenty of food here, though, so stay here. And a different one which says, but there's a metabolic poison, so go over there. And another one which is saying, it's a bit hot here, maybe you should think about going over there. And another one that says, but I've got lots of iron, I'm really healthy, I'm quite young, I haven't really, I haven't become decrepit yet, so I can handle all this stuff. So you've got all of this kind of conflicting signals, and somehow you've got to make a decision, fire up your flagellum and paddle over there, if that's what you want to do. So I think that the information processing going on in bacteria is way beyond what we would normally ascribe to them. We would normally just say it's all hardwired feedback loops. And I think it requires much more than that for them to operate. And I think the kind of things we're dealing with then is the output of metabolism, the membrane potential, the electrical charges, potentially the movement of charge, the fields generated by it, which are giving you a readout of your state. And that can then be the simplest possible imaginable form, if you like, of a feeling. I'm good or I'm bad. I should stay or I should go. So that's how I was thinking about that.
Okay. So we've touched upon a number of elements that are going to be discussed during the lecture tomorrow. So we've discussed both the apparent inevitability of a living system coming into being and also the extreme unlikelihood of it happening in the first place. And that the conditions of the universe are ideal for this happening, but maybe not in the multiverse and alternative universes. And we should be looking for life as we know it out there, but potentially it looks like something else entirely. So there are lots of questions still to be answered. And we now want to answer your questions. So does anyone have any questions for our panel? And can you please wait for the microphone to come to you? Yes, in the middle here.
Professor Lane is very keen on mitochondria. Now, let's say a spaceship lands in Princess Street Gardens, out steps the pilot. It's an interesting creature, and it's interesting because it's big, and if you're big, you've got problems with surface area to volume. And the way that we've solved it, well, the surface is where you take energy from the environment and turn it into something you want to use, ATP for us or whatever. So you need a big, big surface. And the way we solve that problem is mitochondria. Now, can you think of other ways in which you solve the same problem without having mitochondria or yeah?
I can, but I don't think they're very easy. So what we actually see, there are giant bacteria out there, and these giant bacteria can be larger than eukaryotic cells, and they always have what's called extreme polyploidy, which is to say literally tens of thousands of copies of their complete genome right next to the membrane, pretty much always right next to the membrane. So that's what mitochondrial DNA does as well. You've got a tiny genome, it's got effectively no genomic weight, it doesn't take much effort to copy it, it doesn't take much kind of energy to express it and to make proteins from it. So you've got, it was a bacterial genome once, but you've lost all of these overheads. So on multiple occasions, we've found giant bacteria with extreme polyploidy. The problem seems to be that just being bigger for a bacterial cell is not very helpful. It slows you down. Just being larger is no benefit. And then why do they have extreme polyploidy? I think it's basically because to be a bit bigger and to have a transport network where you're transporting things over there very often is not going to give you much payback until you've really got a system that's working. It's much easier just to duplicate your genome and do the same job right next to each other. That's the kind of shortcut to make yourself bigger, and then you don't need to transport things around the place. So we see this repeatedly. We also see in bacteria plasmids, so you'd think, okay, so why couldn't you just put a lot of plasmids next to the membrane? There will be a solution to the problem. So, well, it wouldn't actually be a solution to the problem, because if you've got multiple plasmids next to the membrane, and you've got a really big membrane now with a large surface area, if what you require these genomes to do is to control the electrical potential on the membrane, in our own cells, our mitochondria fuse together into a network. And so you might have a single mitochondrion branching mitochondrion inside a cell. If you prevent that from breaking back down into individual mitochondria, the cell will die. The reason it dies is that the mitochondrial network effectively breaks down. It doesn't function well. Why is that? We don't really know. But if you've got hundreds of genomes all contributing to a shared phenotype, which is to say the membrane potential of this, and you accumulate mutations in those genomes, then there's no way of saying, okay, well, you're broken, I'm going to break you down. If you fission the network again, then you end up with one copy of mitochondrial DNA in a little sausage-shaped mitochondria that they show you in the textbooks. And if it can generate a membrane potential, it's good. It can rejoin the network. If it can't do that, then it sits there limply and gets targeted for breakdown by what's called mitophagy. So it's a kind of a genotype-phenotype relationship. So a giant bacterium that put a load of copies of its plasmids right next to the membrane would break down for that reason. What you'd have to do would be invaginate the membrane and enclose it inside a compartment so that it was capable of having its own genotype-phenotype relationship. Now, that's in principle possible. In practice, it's never been seen. Nothing like it has been seen. And endosymbiosis kind of solves the problem much more simply.
We're about to find out it has doing things.
It's more that we started out by saying that the origin of mitochondria was also something that's never been seen, and something that we only know it's happened because it happened once, as far as you know, once in the whole history of. Also, what I really like about the question is that it draws attention to this problem of having key steps in the evolution of life that seem to involve very improbable events, because it means there could be lots of other very improbable events. Yes. That would give you a completely different kind of life that we're never going to see in the lab because they're very improbable. And we look at our own history and see events like that. It should just make us, it's another thing that should make us open-minded about different ways things might be.
I mean, I completely